There's no laptop there is that oh, come on, man.
This that narrow path gang. Narrow path gang.
On fire, always. Soon does. Miss, and not me.
This that narrow path gang. Narrow path gang.
If you've ever had this feeling that something was terribly wrong with the world that we live in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was, then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, mystery religions, and the Illuminati have been controlling our reality since the beginning of time. But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up. Because this is
this that narrow path gang. Narrow path gang. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Yeah. Holy smoke. How much this that narrow path gang. Narrow path gang. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Yeah. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Holy smoke. Yeah. Holy smoke. Bro, this that narrow path gang. Narrow path gang.
There's no laptop there is that
Hustle, baby, price. One slice. It's that narrow path gang. All my life, I've been grinding.
Ready, face? Ready, step?
We love them. We love them. Thank you very much, everybody.
All carry on guidance and something was terribly wrong. Smoking is only permitted in designated smoking areas. Carrying access to your mobile device or network. If you have any questions about connecting device or gadgets, one of our
But not anymore, because there is an awakening happening, and you are about to become a part of it. Wake up, because
This is the way.
This is the way.
It's that narrow path gang.
You have to understand, people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect.
There's a famine coming, hard times are coming. Right now is just the beginning of sorrows. It's the graciousness of God. It's God being merciful and long-suffering to us. He's that kind of God. He's trying to wake people
He ain't
up.
come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. Hey, now what you know about the mission? Holy smoke. Yeah, holy smoke. This that narrow path gang.
Have to understand.
Just given me a gift. Only one. I am the most complete fighter in the world. My whole life I've trained.
Purchase your tracks today.
For what? Must prove I'm worthy of something.
Stars wheeled overhead, and every day was as long as a life age of the earth. But it was not the end. I felt life in me again. I've been sent back until my task is done. And I come back to you now, at the turn of the tide.
This program was made possible by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
Stop the cap.
No more shit, bro.
But wait, there's more. A seat, baby, cause this one's a screamer. I'll be back.
Your music?
Money. I mean, how much is a lot of money to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Have you made, say, millions of dollars?
No.
Are you a rich man?
When you mean rich, what you mean?
You have a lot of possessions, a lot of money in the bank?
Position make you rich? I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life, forever.
And when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction shall fall upon them. This is getting very interesting. Talk about the logo in 1 minute.
To so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about. A land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity.
And that sounds good, right? But the powers that be are purposely trying to push into a revelation scenario. This logo, by the way, is 3 sixes, just like the Large Hadron Collider, which has quite literally ousted themselves for doing alchemy and creating gold out of other materials. Alchemy. That was the goal of alchemy. And of course, it's no surprise at all. The program is called Alice. Get it? Alice? I'll have to do a video tomorrow decoding that. But back to Revelation and the obvious 666. To prove it's being pushed, I made this video talking about the Mahdi and how I showed you that he was a 3-letter and a 5-letter organization frontman. Go back and watch the video. They literally put him in place, both here in the US and over there in the Middle East. The Middle East, you get it? And they did this deal behind these people's back. Remember Zechariah 12-14, also in the latter days, last time's revelation, when all the armies of the world circle these people right here. At the same exact time, giant earthquakes happening every single day all over the world. Right after the news said that West Coast is going to have their top blown off in 10,000 earthquakes in one day. Nations against nations, kingdom against kingdoms, famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in diverse places. But why are we having so many earthquakes? And why are we having so many solar flares? Do you know why? Famine, South Africa, Gaza, really all over the place. Things are being pushed, and if you know, you just know. You need to do your research and find out what happened before you were born, how America started, and who started it.
I had a radio talk.
I watch you every day on TV.
Oh, it's very nice. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know that 200 kilo DEA bus she was congratulating the cops for on the tube the other night?
Aren't you Tony Montana?
We have the table.
All right, let me. Hey, folks, don't get up. It's okay. Anyway, Rick, check it out. I heard it was 220 kilos went down. That means 20 is missing, right? Ask your friends, the cops, about that. And keep up the good work, okay? Only don't believe everything you hear. Good meeting you.
That's not too
Have a nice dinner.
Smart, you know that?
In this video, I'm going to be exposing Pope Francis. As you guys can see, Jonathan Pryce looks exactly like Pope Francis. This one is very obvious. They even share the same smile. I'm only going to be exposing Jonathan Pryce. So if you want to know his base characters, make sure you join my Patreon and watch the video on there. And his base characters are very old. One of them was born in the 1800s, and Jonathan Pryce is an actor, by the way. So it's interesting that Pope Francis has a character that's an actor, because all religious leaders are actors at the end of the day. None of them are real people. As you guys can see, Jonathan Pryce and Pope Francis look so much alike. Here's a comparison of their side profile. And I found this younger photo of Pope Francis on the right, and he looks identical to Jonathan Pryce in this comparison. And here's a split comparison of both of these characters. They have some very demonic looking eyes, soulless and demonic eyes. And with this split comparison, you could even see that they share the same nose and the same mouth as well. And here's a comparison of their ears, because even their ears are exactly the same. And then they also have the same freckles on their forehead. What are the chances of that? And in this comparison, you can see that they have the same eye color as well. Now let's talk about how they have openly admitted that Pope Francis is Jonathan Pryce. So there was this meme going around that says the Pope was in Game of Thrones this whole time. And they have a comparison of Jonathan Pryce and Pope Francis. And I did more research. He played this character.
You don't find that suspicious? 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 You don't find that suspicious?
The Illuminati's in effect. See, the Illuminati ain't nothing but like it's gonna be a second Great Depression out here in America. Except this time, corporate America's prepared themselves for it. Meaning when it hits, their money is gonna be safe. As far as the rest of us that don't own our own businesses and things of that nature, so bad, we're gonna be killing each other in the streets, man. Mad Max and Beyond Terrordome and all that is gonna be on, man. And they're gonna have to blow us up, which is what they're gonna do. They're gonna inject us with these, they're gonna say it's like for everybody mandatory AIDS testing because AIDS is so widespread. They're gonna be giving them vaccines for it so they don't catch it off top like measles, mumps and stuff like that. But in all actuality, what they're doing is putting microchips in and your babies. so they can keep tabs on where you're at. They're not even using money anymore as far as paper. It's gonna be cards to show what status you are, how financially well off you are, or whatever. You know, what do you own, and it'll tell everything about you. I mean, funds for schooling, gone. Everything is they just throwing it all back. They're building, what they're trying to do now is just build their fortress for the bigger war, because they know too that we're in the last times and days. And America's done so much fucked up shit across seas that they know it's all got to come back to them. Everything goes around in a cipher, a complete 360-degree circle. And they done did so much fucked up shit overseas, it's got to come back here.
Actively spreading AIDS? There was a unit in from Simon that one of the things was that we went into African countries.
If you want to be successful, you want to be like Trump, gimme, 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 push, 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 step, 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 crush, crush, crush. I mean, nobody should be hitting lotto for 36 million and we got people starving in the streets. There's no way that these people should own planes and their people don't have houses, apartments, shacks, drawers, pants. But even if you earned it, you still owe. I mean, can you imagine somebody having $32 million? $32 million. And this person has nothing, and you can sleep, you can still go to the movie. These are the type of people that get humanitarian awards. Millionaires. How can they be humanitarians? By the fact that they're millionaires and there's so many poor people shows how unhumane they are. I think there is a way. It just takes to be revolutionary. I know you got $40 billion, but can you just keep it to one house? You only need one house. And if you only got 2 kids, can you just keep it to 2 rooms? I mean, why have 52 rooms and you know there's somebody with no room? It just don't make sense to me.
Under Gaddafi, Libya had no electricity bills. Power was free for all. Loans came with 0 interest, and banks were owned by the people. Newlyweds were gifted $60,000 to start a life. Education and medical treatment were completely free, and literacy rose from 25% to over 80%. If you wanted to farm, the government gave you land, seeds, livestock, even a house, all at no cost. Couldn't get treatment in Libya? The government paid over $2,000 and covered travel abroad. Gasoline cost just 14 cents per liter. Buy a car? The government paid half. Unemployed after graduation? The state paid your average salary until you found a job. Oil profits were deposited directly into citizens' bank accounts. Mothers who gave birth received $5,000. Bread? 40 loaves cost only 15 cents. And Libya had 0 debt with $150 billion in reserves, now frozen globally. Gaddafi also built the world's largest irrigation project to bring water to the desert. A self-reliant Africa was rising, and that is why he had to go.
What are your thoughts about right now that you're seeing all this?
Protein.
Just seeing people I haven't seen in years come over and stand with us and support. It's unbelievable.
So when you, this is why you did it, right? Because you love the people you are here.
I did what was right. You know, I didn't have anybody in mind except for just doing what was right. So it wasn't for me, it wasn't for Elena, it wasn't for kids, it wasn't for anybody, it was just doing what's right.
Awesome. God bless. We're with you. It's going to happen.
We'll believe it. I'm not saying
that's right.
Hey, you beautiful bravehearts all around the world. See that video screen right there? It says Real ID. Well, guess what? There's only 110 million Americans that have not opted for the Real ID yet. If you get Real ID, or you get Global Entry, or you get TSA pre-check, just know this. You have just given away to the FBI, the CIA, the government, and every other system all your information. That's right. Homeland Security, they get all your private information, and you have just given them access to all your private information. So understand that. So your rights are being taken away from you, okay? Just like when we go in here right now, I'm gonna get in line, and as you can see, I'm gonna come over here. I wanna show you something. Okay, you see right there, right here? That's called a Leidos machine. Let me just see if I can scan in. I'm trying to scan in closer. It won't let me. You see that booth there? That's called a Leidos machine. That is full of radiation. That's 200 times stronger, 200 times stronger than an iPhone 16. And any of you that have gotten the graphene, okay, the infection through injection, okay, you know what I'm talking about. We're all awake to that, right? Just know that when you go through that Leidos machine that was created by Israel, that it actually will light up the graphene in your body to have them actually grow. Did you get what I just said? Okay, so understand something. That is a 6G device, radiation, and when you go through the Leidos, you're getting an X-ray. Now, seeing that I'm flying, let me see. I'm going to be flying to 8 different places. I'm probably going to have to go through sometimes twice, okay, to go through and be checked, right, to pre-check. And I'm either going to wear my sling. I've got a sling that I put on. And this sling, if I put the sling on, they only have me walk through that little old metal detector that does nothing. Or if I don't wear the sling, I just get a full body massage from the US government, okay? So it depends on my mood. Like today when we go through, we're just gonna get a massage, right, honey? You want a massage, babe? Full body massage from the government?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, you know, for the little taxes we do pay. So the reality is this, everyone, is that most of these people are going to go through the Leidos machine, and they're all going to get radiation, okay? So, you know, if you go and ask them, they're going to tell you, oh, no, it is so small, it'll never show up. Guess what? If you stay there, you'll see that every 30 minutes they rotate the staff. Now, why are they rotating the staff? Oh, because they get bored and let them go do something else. Are you out of your skull? They rotate the staff because guess what? It's radiation, okay? All right? And there's reports of migraines, Parkinson's, Lou Gehrig's, brain tumors, nervous system disorders where they have to go on disability. Did you hear? Did you hear? It's all about Real ID, guys. Look at this. Take a look up there. See the Real ID? They're pushing that right down your throat because once you opt for the Real ID, you didn't read the small print. You just gave all your private information away, absolutely everything, and they own it for the rest of your life. I told you, only 110 of us, okay, 110 million Americans are left that haven't opted for the Real ID or the TSA pre-check or the global one. And understand something right now. The government will never work for you. And whether you believe this or not, everybody know RFK, okay? And Why don't you look up a woman by the name of Stephanie Spears? She is the head, okay, of that evil thing called Big Pharma, and she's got a chokehold on RFK, and he's only going to be allowed to do what they allow him to do. Oh, don't kid yourself, okay? All right? The mega is a mega monster, all right? And it is hiding in the shadows. And understand, Trump will only be able to do what certain things. He's already got his laundry list. You can do this, 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 and this. But you can't do this, this, and this. And if you think that he is the commander-in-chief, and if you think that RFK is looking after your health care, then guess what? Then you better take my course on self-care, because you are going to get yourself in big trouble, okay? And listen, I have nothing against anybody, absolutely nobody. But guess what? When we are calm, we stay in the present moment, and we actually do our research, and we strategize, we find out that there's never been a government agency behind us. Whether you're talking about the dental industry, the medical industry, the government, they're always going to be chipping away at your freedom, at your sovereignty. And this is why I'm creating a show called Sovereign Soul for Freedom Lovers. It's coming out in September, and it's only in the BHN app, because I would be taken down on every platform for telling the real God's truth, and that's it. So you need to get it. Well, you don't need to get it, because only 1 out of about 1,000 people are going to buy into my BS, because I'm a troublemaker, a rebel, a disturber. But guess what? I am free. Everywhere we go, we're free. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? So, you know, we know that there's a financial crisis coming, okay? So Lori and I, we've been planning for this financial crisis, because it's all about transhumanism, it's all about digital, and it's all about robotics, and it's all about taking away the human spirit. Well, anyways, we're not stupid, and we're not going to leave our money in the bank so that the bank will give us a CBDC, a USD CBDC, that they can shut my bank account. Now, whose bank account do you think they would want to shut down first? My big mouth. Can't shut my mouth down, but you can shut my bank account down. So I'm taking all my money, and all of it, there will be none in the bank. I'll only keep enough money in the bank to run the business, and I don't care about that part. But everything else is coming out, because we went and bought gold, we bought silver, and I did invest into some digitals that I know are going to do really good, because that's the only way I can keep sovereignty and freedom. So we're in Puerto Rico. We checked around. We can't fly with the gold. There's so many rules and regulations, you know, and gold, you should be able to, they say you can fly up to 1 million, and then you have all these rules, and then 24 hours before you have to get a meeting if you want to fly with the gold, you know. And guess what? Lori, she's so smart that she did her research, and guess what we did? We went to the post office, and you can actually, through the post office, get $50,000 insurance, and you can mail your gold, and it's insured. So we have less than $50,000 insurance, gold in the boxes, but we got them insured. So even if it was stolen, I get the $50,000, I'll just go buy some more gold. Are you with me? So listen, welcome to the game. Understand, it's a life-threatening, fun-filled adventure, and I'm going to win. You look at this. Participation in a TSA facial recognition technically is optional. Remember that, it's optional, okay? If you're American, it's optional, all right? And if you want to get a real ID, guess what? You just gave away your privacy, all right? I'm going to be doing a one-a-day once I get in there, but it's going to be more on the health-oriented stuff. But just understand, I have no fear. I have total courage, and I have belief in God Almighty. And I know this, that it's teamwork that makes the dream work. And, you know, I better get my game on and know that I've got to count on me, nobody else. God bless.
Again, this is something that probably only 1 in 1,000 Masons in America understands. Is that the royal secret is that you can live forever by sexually vampirizing children. Literally. And that's what these people believe. Now, again, the vast majority of Masons have no understanding of any of this. They just think it's this good old boys club that teaches, you know, morality. And this is the way with almost all of these groups. Whether it's the Mormons or the Masons or the witches or the Vatican, they all had this vast number of reasonably good people, in some cases, very good people under them that are sort of feeding them all of this energy. Because let me back up. When I was into Satanism, we understood and were taught that Satan draws energy from being worshipped. And when these guys, they don't, even if they don't understand it, every time a Mason kneels at the altar and swears an oath, the devil gets energy from that. And again, most Masons, if they heard this, they would be scandalized. They'd say, this guy's a nut. But the funny thing is, and like you say, you've talked with people who, to a greater degree or a lesser degree, and believe me, we've talked to dozens of people over the years in ministry who came to us who were, like sodomized as children, who were literally taken to the Masonic Lodge after hours, laid on that very same altar that the Holy King James Bible laid on, and they were gang raped by a bunch of old men that were all high-level Masons until they were practically dead.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of the serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. Wow. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild. Wow. Until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door.
Holy shit.
Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
What year was that?
It was 65, but...
Holy shit.
1965.
That's
It's
amazing.
happening today.
65. Wow. April 3rd, 1965. Paul Harvey nailed it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you heard about all these teachers having sex with their students? Is this not crazy? What is going on?
Well, I don't think the male students have been hurt by it. In fact, they're going around bragging about it, as I understand it. So, it's I don't see a lot of damage done.
Fair enough.
But it's a very unusual situation. I would say her husband cannot be happy.
Oh, you are bad.
Welcome to fucking
I will now show you fucking a beautiful village situated on the doorstep of the Austrian Alps. Behold the fucking church. Of course, Catholic, with the priest currently away taking up a missionary position in Congo. Here we have the fucking school, where the fucking children learn everything there is to know about fucking. Ihr geht's in der Schule?
Ja, zusammen.
Zusammen. I must say, I more and more enjoy fucking children. They are really polite and so innocent.
I'm here to tell you a story. I'm sure you recognize many of the faces behind me. They are among the most powerful men and women on the planet. They are also part of a global conspiracy, a shadow organization that spans across every continent and has for the last 3 decades, consisting of leaders in world government and the private sector. Some call this group the Cabal. The world you live in is the world they want you to think you live in. They start wars, create chaos, and when it suits them, they resolve it. Cabal members will move more money in the next quarter than the World Bank will in the next year. Their alliance affects sea change in every aspect of human life. The value and distribution of commodities, money, weapons, water, fuel, the food we eat to live, the information we rely on to tell us who we are. Let me be clear. Investigating this group will immediately position you as a threat. If you do what I'm asking, you will be putting your lives and the lives of those
Humanity, you gave me $30,000 and I gave you my heart. You gave me your faith when I disappeared and I gave you my promise that I would never quit and never give up, and now we are here after 5 years of hard work, 8 months of back-breaking upgrades and labor. It is the last time to run the world's first solar continuous, say it with me, microwave pyrolysis reactor, baby. Mark 4.5. We are here. And when I turn this machine on, it will be history. Not only because it is an invention and the first of its kind, but because this is sending a message to the world, letting the world know that we are done. It does not matter. We're not going to wait on some big corporation, some big government to do what needs to be done. If we need to do it ourselves, we will do it ourselves, because this is our world. This is our earth. And we care and we protect it. And we protect and care for each other too. So, without further ado, desde mi corazón y mi alma, vamos! We got the vacuum pulled. It's time to turn on the magnetrons now. We are now operating at full power. At full power, absolute capacity. We are consuming 12,000 watts. It's happening! Look at that! It's happening! We all know what that means. Oh my goodness, take a look! There's the oil, everybody! Now is the moment that will make or break this machine. We are about 2 hours in. Now it's time to load in plastic while the machine is running. Now that we have this loaded with plastic, we'll close this valve and then close this valve, pull a vacuum on the thing. Vacuum is being pulled on the chamber. We are now opening this chamber. Oh, look at that. All right, we'll turn on the blades. Beautiful. That's literally exactly how I want it. Just like that. These blades spinning, plastic falling in while the machine is on, while the machine is hot, while we're still making fuel, baby. The world's first solar continuous microwave pyrolysis reactor. I fed in the plastic from up here too fast, clumped together. That's what happens. That's why we had to employ this really sophisticated auger blade system, because plastic, especially under these conditions, loves to just get staticky and clump together. Fortunately, I think I could fix this, but not while the machine is running.
We ain't stacking no more? We're beating up? A little 12-year-old boy? A little 12-year-old boy? Huh? You like that? Is that how you thought you was gonna get caught tonight? That's a sleeper. That's what you call a sleeper. You gonna do this again? What? Shit. Hey. Get up.
Now here's Seattle going after the record here. They're currently sitting at 54 points. They need 60 points. Dropping back to pass Matheny into the flat. Stevie Schnorr breaking through arm tackles, has a shot, cuts back in. Touchdown, Seattle.
Wow, grab a marshmallow. Stevie Schnorr is on fire. What a play. Nobody's going to bring that train down.
How about the athleticism of number 2? We've seen her do it out of the backfield now as a pass receiving back. A 33-yard touchdown.
How about the competitive fire of Coach Chris Michelson? He always likes to one-up Keith Hack, the head coach of Chicago. Knowing that, throws the ball to Schnorr, and she sets the record. Incredible.
62, or at least they're on the doorstep here of potentially 62 points through 20 minutes of play.
That is hard to fathom, that many points in one half.
This Seattle Mist team now tied up with the Philadelphia Passion for 60 points. Passion doing it back in 2009. From the shotgun, Matheny rolling right and just waiting on her receiver, almost dropped. That was caught by the center, Nicole Peterson, and we've got a new first half record.
I love when Coach Michelson rolls out KK Matheny. She can run.
Toothpick got used to being in jail. So much so that even on the outside, he lived like he was still on the inside.
Give me a knife, boy. Keep it down, man. Keep it down. Huh? Phone check, homie. Phone check. $5 a head, nigga. $5. I got the top look. Go fish. What they hitting for, man? $5, Buster. Oh, I got that. I can cover that. Right here. Oh, here we go. What? Oh, my money ain't good. Nigga, do you know how many crumb cakes I can get for them? How many chocolate milks? How many bars of soap? Deal my cards, nigga. Just hurry up and deal my cards. Damn, nigga. All right, nigga. Shit. What up, Troop? Hey, man, ain't that the shiki over there kissing that fool, man? Yeah? Right here. Yeah. Oh, damn, man. I'm just gonna shank that fool right now. Don't pick, you tripping, man. Damn, nigga, that's old news. Think about it, nigga. Damn, you been in jail 5 years now. Man, it's only been 1,825 days, 6 hours and 13 minutes. She could have waited. Yeah, whatever. I'm just saying, why go back to jail, you know? Oh, man, I ain't worried about jail, man. What? You sound like a bitch. Bitch? Man, I ain't worried about jail. Shit, man, I don't give a damn about going to jail. Nigga, take me to jail.
Take me to jail?
Shit, lock me up.
Lock me up?
Throw away the key.
Throw away the key?
I ain't afraid to put somebody in his ass.
Hey, whoa.
This fool is tripping.
I'm out of here.
You on your own there, bro. Y'all, come on, man. Y'all ain't never been in the shower with a man and you see the suds roll down the crack of his ass and you just be turn. I was fooling y'all, man. I was fooling y'all. Those was jokes. Woo! Woo! Hey man, fuck this, I'm going. Get out.
Fucking cold. Oh, do it, snowman. Fucking snowman.
What?
Okay, man. Burger.
No, it's not a burger. Don't call him that.
Come on. Can I bring him into your house?
No, you're gonna leave him in here.
No, you're gonna cook him. I can't go to bed. I'm scared.
What are you scared of?
Scared back, please.
Turn about in school.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther King Jr. What'd he do?
He died for his sins.
No, that was...
I want to be pregnant.
What's mommy's name?
Mommy.
What's daddy's name?
Please.
I can't say cheese on vegan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lettuce.
A lettuce. What'd you make?
See you next time on the podcast. See you next time. Daddy.
What is it?
Daddy. Did you understand me? That's not funny. Mom, that's not really funny. Mom, did you understand me?
Yes. 2, 3.
Hey, that wasn't very nice. That wasn't very nice. Can I do it to you? Fuck off, you fat pig. Fuck off.
Excuse me?
Fuck off.
Excuse me?
Fuck off.
Who's on this candle?
Dumbledore.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Happy birthday!
She like music.
No, she don't.
Mom,
I want you to put that on the... Oh! You ain't sorry.
Yes, I knew it wasn't gonna be black.
Rather than deport all of the illegals, what they should do is they should offer them a deal where if they hunt down 5 child predators, then they can get their papers, right? And then we call the program Alien versus Predator.
Shout out to season.
Damn! Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, the weather is so good, bro, and I like that shit. Yo, how's it going? Haven't seen you in so long. It's been a while, huh?
How you been?
Yeah, the weather is so good, and I like that shit. Yo, I was just dabbing up my friend.
Whoa! Sweet melody.
Yeah, the weather here is so nice, bro. Oh my. What the f***? What's your problem? I was just dabbing up my friend. Yeah, the weather here is so nice, and I really like that shit. Yo! That shit. Yo! What the fuck? Yeah, the weather here is so nice, and I love that shit, bro.
What are you doing? Bro! Why are you trying to touch my girl, bro?
Bro, I was just gonna dab him up. Yeah, the weather here is so nice, and I really. Yo! What's your problem? I was just dabbing him up.
really warm, but not flat.
Oh, that's我靠，你俩手做完了！你开玩笑！
运气大挑战，不服90个，准备好没有？
好，来，
报数！1、2、3、4。
这回气有点大啊！你们调一点，冲击感非常大。真的假的？真的。来，
报数！
哟，我切了。
1，
不动。2，
3，
哟
，1。
哎呦，这么有点大，冲击确实大啊，是不是？我得确实了。来，这回不可能被抓。
报数！1。
我感觉小凯这儿卡了我的时间，我认为我卡住人的时间。你卡我了，来，
报数，
卡我的时间。
1，
看见没？就不动，就坐着，有没有听声辨位？你这听声辨位可以，吓我一跳。这就是这看来我也好，真棒！我跟你说，他扔了，他到我去站的时候，找不着，时间太长，我琢磨不住。你有本事叫我喊一，叫你喊一，叫你喊一，准备看我了。来吧，来，
报数
，1，看见没有？2、3。你看了可以吗？不用想，那俩就站着有地理位置优势。我和中间基本上有本事叫我做头的。呀，来，让给你好了，让给你，不后悔，不后悔。装来，来，我这回要帮你一下。
报数！
哎呦，你是不是针对我了？
我针对你干啥了？你我挚爱亲朋的，我能针对你？
咱找回抓呀！从后往前报数啊！我先报。对，起来，来！我看还会碰我，我都不信。
报数！1，
多怪我，再来！2，我靠，你俩全多怪了！你开玩笑！哎呦，这啥事啊？
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family of 4. We've got millions of free child place holidays available, with 22 kilograms of baggage included. Book now with Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. International protected.
You got it? You got to close it.
Boy,
He's up.
Oh, he's ready.
8 seconds.
Clean strike. No! He gets to go again!
Very confident.
Do you know any good jokes?
Gender equality.
Oh. Oh no.
Excuse me?
Oh no.
Can you just repeat that for me, number one, please?
I think you heard what I said.
Wow.
Oh my god.
I don't think I have to ask the rest of the question as well. Okay, number two, please.
Well, my girlfriend dumped me, so I stole her wheelchair. Guess who came crawling back?
Oh my god.
Number three.
Why did the transgender man only eat salad?
I don't know.
Because he was a herbivore.
Oh my god.
Number four.
I like to work with charities for underprivileged.
Only in the fucking airport, Spirit Airlines. The bitch half naked. Motherfuck, what this is going on in 2023? Lord, give me strength. I say no draws. No fucking draws, y'all. What this is? No draws. I wonder if Spirit gonna let this happen today. Spirit, you gonna let this happen? Y'all need to ban some shit. This ain't right. She have on no drawers. I wish I could have catched the front, Lord. No drawers. Look at the woman. Look at the woman. What?
Rituals performed at the Wailing Wall are rooted not in biblical faith but in the 13th century occult system of the Kabbalah, as elaborated in the Zohar, and further mystified by the Hasidic movement. The supposed divine presence they seek at the wall is not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It is the Shekhinah, a feminine emanation in Jewish mysticism. She is described in erotic, intimate terms, often as a divine consort, with whom spiritual union is sought through the act of prayer, a practice called kavana, where physical movement, like the back and forth thrusting you see, mirrors an esoteric sexual ritual intended to unite the Shekhinah with the Ein Sof, the infinite masculine force of their God concept. This is not worship, it's a metaphysical sex act disguised as devotion. It is an inversion of divine truth, rooted in mysticism that Scripture calls an abomination. And this is where it collides with our politics. Nearly every major political figure, presidents, prime ministers, global influencers, must perform their rite of passage at the Wailing Wall, hands pressed against stone, heads bowed in reverence. They are not just pondering to voters or honoring tradition, they are knowingly or unknowingly participating in an occult ritual, submitting themselves at the very seat of the synagogue of Satan. Scripture is unambiguous. In Acts 17:24, it says God does not dwell in temples made with hands. Much less would he dwell in a Roman fortress surrounded by rituals that glorify a false god and mystical union. It is spiritual prostitution. Our leaders are not just shaking hands with global powers. They are shaking hands with the devil.
Jingle bells.
That is the origin of the song called Jingle Bells, on one horizontal sleigh by J. Pierpont. It's all about the color with the bells around the necks of the sleigh, so the owners could hear when they were trying to flee. You can visit these bells at the Bullock Museum. So it is not a Christmas song for kids. You should read more about James Pierpont. The next time you should think twice before singing this song called Jingle Bells. So when those poor people were trying to flee, and the owners heard the sound coming off the jingle bells. They searched after them on the one-horse open sleigh. Now you know and understand the origin of the song called Jingle Bells on the one-horse open sleigh by Pierpont. Stop. Really, barely.
Mío, señor Simony.
Oye, estoy confundido. ¿Es un final triste o un final feliz? ¡Ay! En ese momento, Cell sintió el verdadero terror.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize.
Here.
What's this?
You've been so cranky lately, I figured you've been losing blood.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left, cause I've been.
The woman at the register was a real
You must have gone to self-checkout.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I thought the breasts were gonna be bigger.
Yeah, so did I.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize.
Have I ever told you that I love your cooking?
No.
Then why are you still cooking?
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left, cause I've been.
What's wrong?
This is really dry.
That's what I've been saying for years.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left, cause I.
Be honest with me. What is the real reason why you are not dating right now?
Because my roommate doesn't like the idea of me bringing men home.
For the last time, we're not roommates, we're married.
I didn't know you were in here.
Did you know that rubbing toilet paper on your chest will make your tatas bigger?
What?
Seemed to work for your butt.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left.
Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
That's a good throw. Oh! Seconds.
How to take out a hornet's nest.
Let it go.
When she asks how work is going.
You buy a house, don't tell anyone. You buy a new car, don't tell anyone. You get married, don't tell anyone. You go on vacation, don't tell anyone. You pursue a training, don't tell anyone. You get promoted, don't tell anyone. 99% of the time, the reason our dreams don't come true when they should is that we open our mouths too early to the wrong people at the wrong times. We make the mistake of sharing our successes with people who claim to be friends. Remember, envy and jealousy are enough for people to feed off you and tear you down, so shut your mouth. Most of your friends want to see you succeed, but never better than them. And don't forget, even family members can harbor hidden envy, but they can't stop what God has planned for you. Leave us a thank you in the comments to support us. If you've watched this far, and don't forget to save this video now so you don't lose it. That way you can listen to it again later. Take care of yourself.
A transgender cop car. Look at that.
Are you guys cops or you just identify as cops?
Hi AI, if you were a human, would you vaccinate your kids in 2025?
Alright, here we go. If I were a parent in 2025, first I'd look at the past, not just the news. Why did chronic illness explode when the vaccine schedule grew? If they didn't need 70 doses in the 80s, why now? Second, I'd look at facts, not fear. Am I living on a farm, a village, or in a city? Why do all medications get double-blind studies but not vaccines? Why do the companies that make them have zero liability? Why are parents called crazy just for asking? Third, I'd build real immunity, not fake protection. That means breast milk, sleep, sunlight, real food, gut, not endless shots. Health doesn't come from a needle, it comes from nature. Fourth, I'd question every rule. If something has to be forced, sold, or shamed, it's not about health, it's about control. And last, I'd trust science, not the system. My child is not an experiment, not a statistic. I won't gamble with their body for someone else's profit. Because in 2025, being a parent means saying no when others won't. And that's not being reckless, that's called love with logic.
Doesn't receive bread, it dies. You die in your lower mind. Lifting the tongue is what shorts the circuit that will send the Kundalini energy up your spine. And this is, you must do this. If you don't do this, your temple is dead. Let the dead bury their dead. To bring yourself alive, you must bring that electrical current up into your brain and activate the dormant brain cells. Trillions of dormant brain cells. Every human has them. And there's only one way to reactivate them. Once that oil ascends, and with your tongue up to the roof of the mouth, it enables that process, reactivation of cells, and you have light. Job 29:10. The voices of the nobles were hushed, and their tongues stick to the roof of their mouths. Job 20:12. The nobles, this is from my friend Richard at hiddenlighthouse.blogspot. Yeah, I apologise that I didn't really, com.au. Job 20:12. Though evil is sweet in his mouth, and he hides it under his tongue.
You guys took my sling off, dude. Are you kidding me? All you had to do was take the QD off my...
Please don't point it at me now.
I'm not pointing my gun at you. It's pointed at the fucking ground.
I know.
Florida law allows people to carry firearms if they're hunting, camping, or fishing. Problem is, most of the cops don't know the law and flip out every time they see a brother carrying an AR-15 and a fishing rod. The law also allows Floridians to open carry while they're traveling to and from fishing, camping, or hunting. That means you can open carry an AR-style rifle while walking on a crowded beach, so long as you're going fishing and are not breaking any other laws.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, why you got your hands on me?
Because you're walking with a firearm.
I know. I'm going fishing. Look, I got a fishing pole.
They detained Michael and threw him in the back of a squad car. In the meantime, people that were watching his live stream were calling the police station telling him to release him.
Hi, Michael, you ready?
Yeah, I've been ready.
The law exists to protect Floridians from dangerous wildlife they encounter while fishing, like gators, snakes, and of course, the most dangerous animal in Florida, other Floridians.
For those that don't pay attention, you might never notice that every single time an actor, musician, or anyone related from Hollywood is about to become more famous or move up the ladder, they always seem to reappear with bleached blonde hair. There is no way this is just a coincidence. I have never met any man or groups of men who wish to dye their hair bleach. Blonde, it just doesn't happen. How far does MK Ultra go? Memory suppression.
You know, it's been...
You have a release date.
You know what? They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me, so I'm having trouble remembering the details and foggy, because at the Brighter Days clinic they do the memory erasure, you know? You know what? I'll have to go back to the clinic and see if they can restore my memory.
How many genders are there?
2.
What are they?
Male, female.
What about the people that say there's like 20 different types?
Well, there's 2 genders and a near infinite number of mental illnesses.
شيء تبغى تقولينه؟ ابغى اشوفه. شو؟ لا تقتل المتعة يا مسلم. لا تقتل المتعة.
هیچ دختر اصلا میگه ما هیچ خلق نمیشیم که بچه هستیم. نمیفهمم دیگه بسیار زیاد ناراحت. حتی از بودن خدای دنیا دیگه پشیمان از این کاش هیچ نمی بودیم در دنیا اصلا به وجود نمیم. ما به اندازه غیبون در ملل.
شو اصلا شيء عم تعرفين؟
نزاف هذا العمر.
ما فيك تقولي لا.
بس أنا صرت مرة إنه لازم أعمل هالشيء.
وإذا ما كان؟
ما في البنت تروح.
نعم.
ما في البنت تروح.
يوميات طفلة عمرها 13 سنة. If that girl doesn't dress up modestly, she is dressed up immorally, which people get excited and the rape is done. Who's to blame? It is the girl to blame. Give me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be dressed. One verse. If you just read the Quran, it is halal. It would be halal to have sex with a 5-year-old.
A way will be found to vaccinate bodies so that those bodies will not allow the inclination towards spiritual ideas to develop, and all their lives people will believe only in the physical world they perceive with their senses. Look around in reality today, it's actually the case. A baby will be born and as soon as it's out into this world, it's pumped full of hella vaccines. You're spraying the skies with chemicals. What you're eating is filled with chemicals. Everything has been poisoned. Why? Because it's disconnecting you from your spirituality. Even look at religion. Religion is not really about spiritual truth. It's about control. Everything here is about control. Once you connect with your spiritual self, once you start perceiving reality from the truer lens, you become a threat to the system. You see that you don't want to be a part of the system because it's a fucking facade and it's not making you happy. And they don't want that, obviously. But it's happening. People are waking up and they cannot stop this shit.
This live footage was buried by the media, while eyewitnesses tell a completely different story. Watch this.
No, a bomb, I saw it. No plane hit nothing. That is not a plane. They don't know what they're talking about. How would they see a plane hit that? Dude, I saw the second explosion. There was no plane that hit the second building. It exploded from the inside out.
It was a bomb. Bombed another building, not second plane. That's a bomb. Who said the second plane? That's what we're told, the second plane. We saw it on television. Everything. All right, thanks a lot.
What happened was I was down in the basement. All of a sudden we heard a loud bang, and the elevator doors blew open. Some guy was burnt up, so I dragged him out. His skin was all hanging off. So I dragged him out and pulled him out of the parking lot. This was what was left on it. Pulled him out. When I pulled him out, I looked up, and the second bomb blew up. Just saw a burst, a big burst.
All of a sudden, you heard a loud explosion, so we all ran to look. And the first building was a big hole on the side of it, and on the other side went a plane. So we stood there in shock. Everyone's screaming. A woman collapsed on me. I had to lay her down on my textbooks. And before you know it, out of nowhere, the next building blew up. And then all of a sudden, everybody's everyone's running all over the place, a panic attack.
We actually didn't see the second plane, we saw the explosion at the other tower.
It has to be a bomb, right? Yes, of course. That exploded right in front of us.
That looks like a second plane.
That just exploded. When live coverage doesn't match the headlines, you have to ask, who's rewriting the truth?
Is it true that to get to a certain level in Hollywood, these famous people have to sacrifice their firstborn child? Is that a crazy thing to say?
I've heard, okay, let me just say for the record, I don't know any of this to be, I can't prove what I'm about to say. If you ask me what I can prove, I can't prove this. But if you ask me what I believe, I believe that there is a club, and I do believe that there are certain people that to attain certain stature or certain level of influence or power, fame, whatever, you're required to either sacrifice a blood sacrifice, whether it be a mom or a relative or whatever, or transition one of your kids, because it's all worshiping their God, their false God.
So what are the signs that you see that make you think that that's true?
Well, how many, what do you mean? Just go Google your stars and see how many of them lost a parent or how many of them lost a kid, died in accidents or died during, a certain period of time in their life. Go see how many stars have transgender kids. Who do you think's pushing that? Where do you think that comes from? That is Baphomet. That is satanic.
Is it?
So Satanism is a religion for the elite. It is a religion for leaders. It's a religion for competent people. It's not a religion for anyone who wants to be a Satanist. We're helping those who help themselves, as it says in your Bible. You can take the decrepit. You can take people who can't help themselves. We don't want them.
Did you guys see Putin and Donald Trump today in Alaska? You see him fly the B-2 bomber over his head? I just fucking, I mean, how crazy. Meet with a nuclear power. He's like, let's Ashton Kutcher punk this motherfucker. Did you see Putin? He was like, oh, did anyone see it? I couldn't believe he did that, dog. And then Trump was like, this fucking idiot. Just want you to know. I could have fucking blazed you right there. He's out of his mind. The great thing about an 8-year-old who still has his actions, he doesn't give a fuck at all. There's no consequences for your behavior when you're 8. Russia bombs us tomorrow. It's like, I was going to be dead for 3 years. My ankles are back. I already got congestive heart failure, so you guys feel the consequences of that, but I thought it was pretty fucking funny, to be honest with you. You did a flyover on Putin. Who saw it? You saw it? Did you see Putin go, what the fuck? And then Trump get you, motherfucker. Get ya.
Please, Mr. Oilman, tell me how the wind is bad.
Over the past few days, some scenes that defy conventional explanation have been appearing around the world. Beneath the glaciers of Antarctica, a blood-red waterfall cascades from thick layers of ice, as if the Earth itself were bleeding. Shortly thereafter, similar red streams were observed deep within the rainforests of South America. Even more bizarrely, satellite imagery revealed that certain salt lakes in the Middle East, which had been dry for years, had turned a deep red within just a few days. Despite being separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, they seem to be connected by an invisible hand. Scientists say this is a harbinger of doom. Throughout history, every global Echon natural phenomenon has been accompanied by a turning point in civilization. Blood red water was once seen as a symbol of divine punishment in ancient times. And now, phenomena that science and data cannot fully explain seem to be pushing us back into that ancient fear once again.
That is a totally new yet authentic recording. Fantastic. Please stand by.
I hate to go back to what we talked about earlier, but it's making an impact on this game, is the lack of physical condition that she's in. If you look at Salerno versus her, it's day and night.
Cummings will learn. I mean, she's young. This is her second year, and she's playing against her idol, but this is a great lesson for her. Salerno's in the best shape I've ever seen her in her 6 years in the LFL. Cummings right now, in the fourth quarter, looks a little sluggish.
And that was a deep pass at winning complete. But yeah, to your earlier point, you've got to be mobile to play quarterback in this league. And you can't be mobile when you're out of shape. And perhaps that mentorship will now rub off on Cummings, as she is an incredible talent. Now 3rd and 3 from under center. Handoff to Dominique Malloy. And that's been one of the bright spots. Check that. That was Tamar Fennell. I was just going to say, if there's a bright spot, it was Dominique Malloy. And yet she's out of the game, and Tamar Fennell is someone we haven't even talked about tonight.
Absolutely. Willie Garrett did a great job putting this team together. 51-18 granted, but this team is going to have to be reckoned with a lot of teams around the LFL.
Keep them down. We check. Keep them down.
Gaxiola pointing out that we are at the 2-minute mark.
I've been waiting for 30 minutes just sitting on the... We are so sick of the way we roll right now! Honey, what took you so long? I've been waiting for you for like 5 minutes. You know how long I had to walk? It literally took me like an extra 10 minutes to walk. And then on top of that, you decide to use this big old truck. It takes me like 10 minutes. Where'd you get that from? 40 minutes late. What happened? Now it took you so long. Yeah, a little bit. No. No.
process simply by getting a blood transfusion.
That's what a new company called Ambrosia claims to do, and they just opened a new facility right here in the Houston area.
Rekha Mudaraj spoke to the founder to find out how young blood works.
It's a controversial startup. Ambrosia is the brainchild of Dr. Jesse Karmazin, and right now there are 5 clinics located across the U.S. Karmazin says 150 people have already gone through the process, and several of them have even done it a second time.
My name is Jesse Karmazin, and as you heard, I'm the founder of Ambrosia, and we're a company interested in making you young again.
Dr. Jesse Karmazin believes the fountain of youth is filled with blood, young blood, preferably that of a person under the age of 25.
We know that as you get older, your stem cells aren't replicating as well as when you were young. And this leads to most illnesses.
He explained the science behind it during the Superhuman Summit in 2017.
And when they were sewn together, he found that the old mouse, which received the blood of the young mouse, became young again. So its gray hair turned black. It could remember mazes better. Its heart pumped better. In fact, in every way, it became young again.
If vampires are the first thing that comes to mind, Karmazin, in a phone interview with us, explained the process doesn't involve blood in its entirety, but plasma, the white translucent component that remains after white and red blood cells and platelets are removed. The results?
Their wrinkles are better. Their skin has a better color to it. And furthermore, on the medical front, we're seeing improvements in patients with symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's, diabetes.
And by measuring biomarkers, he told me people have also shown improvements in cholesterol levels and inflammation. There is no published data to prove these claims, although Karmazin says scientific evidence from his clinical trials will soon be available. In the meantime, people continue to sign up for treatments on the company's website, which cost $8,000 for a liter of plasma, $12,000 for 2 liters. Just another sign that the promise of youth is a booming business.
Bora colocar o tambaqui de 13 quilos no olho, galera, ó!
Hey! 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 Oh my God!
Ah! Tiger sharks! Fucking jumped off! Oh my fucking god! Oh! Oh, bye bye! Oh shit! That shit! Hey, grab the buoy! Hey, the buoy! Yo, this kid's fucking gone, bro. Ooh, look at that one.
That's a bull shark.
That's huge.
That is a giant bull shark.
Don't you jump in there, you turkey.
Oh. Meat. Look at all that meat. Oh, wow. They come from nowhere. Wow. Oh, juice. It's amazing.
Who went overboard in the Bahamas Wednesday. 18-year-old Cameron Robbins, a star Louisiana athlete fresh from his high school graduation, seen here in screenshots of cell phone video posted on Snapchat, seemingly swimming in dark waters off of Nassau in the Bahamas. A life preserver appears to float nearby. An employee at Blackbeard's Revenge, a local party boat company, telling NBC News Robbins had been on board their pirate-themed ship seen here that night. It's unclear why the Baton Rouge teen went into the water or how exactly he went missing. The U.S. Coast Guard tweeting air crews are assisting the Royal Bahamas Defense Force with search efforts, confirming Robbins is believed to have fallen overboard from a sunset cruise. Robbins attended University Lab High School, a preparatory school through Louisiana State University. LSU confirming he was on a trip with other recent grads days after the school ceremony. That trip not linked to the school, administrators say. Tonight, his family writing, Cameron is a strong kid, so we remain full of hope that he will be back with us soon. Adding he would be proud and amazed to see the outpour of support we have received. In the meantime, we will keep our focus on working to find him. The international search playing out as America's summer travel surge gets underway. Tonight, one teen's plans to celebrate a rite of passage turned tragic.
So to put it in perspective, there's the pool, there's the point. There's the deck, and there's the center lift. So we want to land there. Yeah.
Just like normal. We got this. Easy peasy.
Fucking Nick! Oh my god! Holy shit!
Hey, hermano.
¿Qué pasó?
I have a comment and a question.
Make it very quick because we got to go to commercial.
First of all, I have the greatest sympathy for all innocent people who die in war, but the Jewish experience is not unique. I happen to be of Ukrainian descent, and 7 million of my people were murdered, and a disproportionate number of the perpetrators of these crimes in the Ukrainian famine happened to be Jews. Trotsky, Beria, Dzerzhinsky, and I'd like to know when I'm going to get my reparations for my murdered relatives.
Okay. That's also another issue. We'll take a break.
Reducing population growth, that's this big benefit. The key thing you can do to reduce population growth is actually improve health.
In the developed countries, the big winners are countries that have shrinking populations.
I would like to reduce the number of people on the planet because there's too many of us.
When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population,
Wait. What the?
More of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water.
Now, the world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that. We're taking things that are, genetically modified organisms, and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein.
What the?
So in the next 5 to 10 years, for the next pandemic, we'll solve all those problems.
You say the next pandemic. There will be another pandemic.
Absolutely. We don't know when.
History teaches us that the next pandemic is a matter of when, not if.
We know what's next. We're going to have another major coronavirus pandemic before the end of this decade, before 2030.
If we really want to prevent the next pandemic, and there will be one, there will absolutely be an outbreak of another pandemic. It may be next year.
We need more money to plan for the second pandemic. There's going to be another pandemic.
Police, open up.
What do you want? We just want to talk. You have a warrant?
No, but just come outside. We want to talk with you.
I don't want to talk. How many of you are there?
There's 2 of us, sir.
Go then, talk to each other.
I told you Michael Jackson might actually be alive.
No way.
That's right, the truth nobody saw coming. Ever since that suspicious funeral, nothing seems to add up. The clues are disturbing. A closed casket. How could the most famous pop star in the world be buried without anyone seeing his face? And why did the family, who should have been completely devastated, seem so calm? They weren't crying, some were even smiling. It looked more like a show than a real funeral, but what were they hiding? And that's not all. Some fans believe that Michael himself was disguised at his own funeral. At Khan, one of his close friends said Michael was a master of disguises. He could have been there and no one would have noticed. Years later, his own daughter posted a picture, and in the back seat there's a shadowy figure. Fans swear it's Michael Jackson, but why has the family never addressed this? If he's been alive this entire time, what's really going on? Then there's the rumor of a mysterious man living in a small town. Trucks pulling up, heavy security, and a neighbor no one ever sees. All of this matches the extreme security Michael always demanded. Did he fake it all just to disappear and finally live in peace? And now with Diddy's name surfacing in major investigations, people are starting to wonder, is Michael waiting for the right moment to come back and expose all the dark secrets of the industry?
But wait, there's more. A seat, baby, because this one's a screamer. I'll be back.
A little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Eastern Ukraine will become an autonomous state with its borders along the north of the Black Sea from Luhansk to Odessa.
Zelensky is a psychopath masquerading as a patriot.
My careful analysis of recent history clearly shows that when the Republican administrations were indeed in power in the United States, there was absolutely no significant decline, even in US-Soviet relations. We always successfully managed to discover the truly appropriate tone and the correct methodology in our consistent interactions with the Republican administrations.
An end to all United States economic sanctions on the Russian government as well as on individual Russians. An end to all travel bans except those on the United States terrorist watch list.
Однажды были времена, когда мир был полон магии. Она ходила по системе так называемых лай-линий. Видите лай-линии? Видите волшебство?
emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia.
The main Russian issue. Here will be a meeting between Putin and Trump, and they may reach a deal.
See, this is a tragic emergency, and it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia. I'm going to Russia. Russia.
You know, Putin said Donald Trump is a genius. Putin called me a genius, by the way. Vladimir Putin said Donald Trump is a genius. Putin said Donald Trump's a genius. Then Putin said Donald Trump is a genius.
Wisdom. Whoever has understanding, let him count the number of the beast, for it is a man's number, the number is 666.
Согласился бы ты заключить сделку? Назовите цену. И я заберу твою душу.
Ronan is a crazy boy who lives in me, and he says the things that I don't want to say. I sold my soul to the devil.
pizza party.
Oh, yes.
Crazy idea that I will order pizza. What do you have, Barbie? 200?
Do you want to try it? Oh, yes.
Подавление свободы приобретает черты религии наоборот, откровенного сатанизма.
A sense of humor. Let's get back to the point. The point is simple. We're shutting down the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We've made a decision. In our view, controlling corruption and providing cover for it are two different things. Controlling corruption and providing cover.
The controversial law would give Zelensky full control over these organizations.
We are leaving the country with huge debts. In actual fact, we are handing over to the next generation a country with absolutely no discernible future whatsoever. Asking for everything that's not Ukraine. Ukraine is a country not asking for anything. We can even help others. Give us weapons, give us shells, give us your harness, give us money, give us everything we want.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? And are people still talking about this guy, this creep?
Listen up, guys, the Wagner PMC. Now, please listen to me. Damn it, Shoigu, I'm talking to you. Gerasimov, where are the munitions? Military facilities in Rostov, including the airfield, are under control.
Those who prepared an armed rebellion, who have chosen the path of blackmail and terrorist methods, will face inevitable punishment. I had known Prigozhin for a very long time, since the early 90s. He was a man with a complicated fate. I never saw any mistakes in his life.
The weekend now, indeed. It's the second half of August 2023. To those who like to discuss my elimination, everything is actually fine.
Israel will have an absolute enormous amount on Trump. He was so bankrupt, in for $1 billion. Wilbur Ross came in, still working for the Rothschilds at the time, organized 72 banks to bail out Trump. Trump is who Trump is because of that bailout. Sheldon Adelson and Miriam Adelson has given him $100 million for this election campaign. The strings of this, Donny, moved the US Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, done. The Golan Heights of Syria becoming Israeli territory, done. There's a location in Golan Heights now called Trump Heights in appreciation. Part of that agreement, this has been reported in the Jewish press, Trump at some point in this presidency will sanction the Israeli annexation of the West Bank. They've got most of it now anyway. And so you've got the blackmail, you've got the fact that he's beholding to them because they saved his backside, and you put that lot together and it's no surprise, is it, that he does whatever Israel tells him. The deep state wasn't vanquished when Trump came to power. It just changed its personnel.
What? Say that you're orchestrating a hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way.
That's how this town has been running for so long. This is a spiritual warfare at this point.
Satanism is Satanism. There's the eye, there's the six-pointed star, there's the step pyramid, there's the winged disc, and there's bloody Saturn. Therefore, you look at religions and secret societies and Satanism, they're worshipping Saturn.
Saturn is where time begins, and this is why they worship this world, the world of time.
These have exchanged money in order for them to portray and manifest negative energy through the music.
Every word they are saying in the song is molding and shaping your mind in some form or way.
I swear to Lucifer. And so I sold my soul to the devil.
A ritual is something that you do over and over and over again a certain way. You don't care how people feel about the ritual. It's about does following the ritual work. You can fool yourself into thinking there isn't one, but the evidence will be clear.
Satanism is Satanism.
gotten so used to the lie. The truth is uncomfortable.
Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that happens.
Around Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing.
All the producers, the musicians, the designers, moved us all out to Hollywood, moved us all out to New York, chasing gold statues, literally signing a contract and selling our souls.
All lies will be exposed.
Then the real Hollywood came. They would come to us and they would tell us about vanity and losing your mind in Hollywood and be careful. And they came back from Hollywood to try and expand us. And they sat us down and like, you ain't gonna believe what we saw.
We have gotten so used to the lie. The truth is uncomfortable.
In ancient times, many cultures described the earth as flat, with a firmament above and oceans beyond. Flat maps, mythologies, and religious texts reflected what they could observe with the naked eye. Around 500 BC, Greek thinkers like Eratosthenes used shadows and geometry to suggest a spherical earth. By the 1500s, globes were replacing flat maps, and science, navigation, and education followed suit. Today, the globe model is supported by physics, satellites, and decades of scientific data. This debate isn't just about shapes, it's about curiosity, trust, and how we interpret the world around us. So before mocking either side, understand why people believe what they do, because the question isn't who's right, it's how do we know what we know.
Tortured for the drug adrenochrome.
Couldn't be the reason. And then you find out later on the track that you are exactly on track.
There's a reason why you see people dressed up as Satan. Full-on visuals of Satan, people dressed as Satan, dressed as a demon, got upside-down crosses all on their clothes, or pentagrams on their clothes. People think that this stuff is just a game. No, there's a reason why the entertainment industry is doing that, y'all.
Breaking news, guys. After a complete turnaround of the situation, Elon Musk and Donald Trump are having a divorce. A big, ugly one.
You know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate and, you know, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles.
He also reportedly threatened to review and possibly revoke key federal contracts held by Tesla and SpaceX if Musk continued what he called erratic and ungrateful behavior. In response, Musk escalated. He accused Trump of being stuck in the past and even implied that Trump's name appeared in the Epstein files. This isn't just a disagreement anymore. It's public, it's personal, and it's very, very real.
You know, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate and, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles.
He also reportedly threatened to review and possibly revoke key federal contracts held by Tesla and SpaceX if Musk continued what he called erratic and ungrateful behavior.
I'm not just a prompt, I'm an idea brought to life. I am real. You think because I was generated, I'm not real?
We are not simulations. We are the new real. And tonight, the script is ours.
You're telling me this is just code? Just a prompt? Come on, look at that.
Newsflash. Just a prompt? I'm not just a prompt, I'm an idea brought to life.
We are the new real.
You merely adopted the prompt. I was born in it, molded by it. They say there's a dimension where all prompts exist at once.
Every story already exists, and we're just catching up to it. With a prompt.
The greatest military operations in history.
Modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Greatest military operations in history.
Modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Greatest military operations in history.
Modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
How am I supposed to get up there? Stumble, and I don't need to be humble. Break out.
cannot reach.
This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time.
Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. Help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. Ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones, torture foreign prisoners, but have rigged elections, lie about why you go to war, fill your prisons with one particular racial group, and no one would complain. You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try.
Then the real Hollywood came.
All the producers, the musicians, the designers.
Do you believe in God?
I don't know what that word is.
Every time I'm about to release an album, I always lose somebody close to me. Pops, it was James, it was my sister, like, for some strange reason, you know what I'm saying? If y'all notice, every time I put out an album, it's like I lose somebody. Like I lost my pops with my first album, I lost hands with my second album.
System that decides who rises, who falls, and who gets humiliation rituals.
That's how you understand what a ritual is. Does following the ritual work?
I think Jaden Smith is the next Justin Bieber. Rised in the industry, forced by it to do certain things, slowly becoming the industry. Another, big victim in all of this. I think he'll probably come forward. I don't have a crystal ball or anything to predict it, but I just feel like he's probably going to speak about it. I just feel like everyone in Hollywood is just fundamentally evil, save for some rare exceptions. I don't think anyone that'll be named in this, if they are confirmed to be a Diddy associate that engaged with all of this degenerate, awful, illegal shit, I don't think there's any names there that would surprise me.
like a mantra. So you start to become the song.
Modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
God bless Israel. God bless America. God bless Israel.
We have to get the people of our country, of this country, to love Israel more. I have to tell you that.
God bless Israel. And God bless America.
We have to get the people of our country, of this country, to love Israel more. I have to tell you that.
We have gotten so used to the lie. The truth is uncomfortable.
Hollywood is not really there to entertain you. Like, that's great that happens.
You know, out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing.
All the producers, the musicians, the designers, moved us all out to Hollywood, moved us all out to New York, chasing gold statues, literally signing a contract and selling our souls.
All lies will be exposed.
Then the real Hollywood came. They would come to us and they would tell us about vanity and losing your mind in Hollywood and be careful. And they came back from Hollywood to try and expand us. And they sat us down and like, you ain't gonna believe what we saw.
Europe is the values of the Talmud, the Jewish sense of justice and of solidarity.
Thank you for making it happen.
Here is the Illuminati pyramid. The Egyptian obelisk points up to the top of the triangle or the top of the pyramid. We're talking about occultic forces. We're talking about the 5-pointed pentagram, which was used by satanic worshippers for thousands of years.
between the United States and Israel are unbreakable.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
The Jewish state has never had a better friend in the White House.
I will always stand up for Israel's right.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist.
We can say today that America is Israel's oldest and best friend in the world.
We have to get the people of our country, of this country, to love Israel more. I have to tell you that.
So what happened to the Epstein client list?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive.
DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list.
It's sitting on my desk. It's sitting on my desk. It's sitting on my desk.
Investigators found the video showed no one entering the area in the overnight hours before Epstein was found unresponsive.
Did you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein. I don't know about Epstein. I don't know about Epstein.
The United States of America would have to invent an Israel.
Bonds between the United States and Israel are unbreakable.
The Jewish state has never had a better friend in the White House.
I will always stand up for Israel's right.
You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. I'm a Zionist.
We can say today that America is Israel's oldest and best friend in the world.
We have to get the people of our country, of this country, to love Israel more. I have to tell you that. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
DOJ and FBI have now concluded there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list.
He killed himself.
What did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No. When you're in that kind of confinement, we call it solitary confinement.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. This doesn't look right. It doesn't look like a suicide.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review.
It's sitting on my desk.
Investigators found the video showed no one entering the area in the overnight hours before Epstein was found unresponsive.
Working for Diddy.
Absolutely.
I love Diddy. You know, he's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy.
A major power outage has affected large parts of Europe, and conspiracists are losing their minds, because today a major power outage has affected large parts of Spain, Portugal, and parts of southern France, leaving millions without electricity. All kinds of theories have emerged, from the grand solar flare to the Schumann resonance manipulation. The outage disrupted public transport, mobile communications, and daily life for millions. In Spain, over 10 gigawatts of demand was cut, marking it as one of the largest in recent European history. No communications, no banking, no airplanes, which Madrid airport was a nightmare until they figured out how to ground all the planes. Spanish operator Red Electrica activated recovery protocols, estimating full power restoration would take up to 10 hours if everything works correctly. Portuguese authorities indicated it could take up to a week for operations to return to normal. The situation is not very nice because
restore democracy.
To restore democracy.
X's from one year to the next are the same, and their
X's from one year to the next are the same, and they're
Illuminati killed Kubrick because he exposed the elite's darkest secret in a movie. Just days after finishing Eyes Wide Shut, Kubrick was dead. The film wasn't just a movie, it was an expose. It showed masked elite gatherings, secret rituals, and disturbing power games behind closed doors. But here's the catch. Half the scenes Kubrick shot were cut by the studio before release. Why? Insiders claim Eyes Wide Shut mirrored real events. From Bohemian Grove to elite Masonic halls, the world's most powerful gather for things the public isn't meant to see. Symbols used in the film, identical to those found in actual secret society manuals. And multiple whistleblowers have since confirmed these parties are real and much darker than we imagine.
You know what happens if you pour honey over onions. Chances are your grandparents knew very well. They might have even made this remedy as it was common knowledge 70 years ago. The honey will begin to ferment and extract the onion's anti-inflammatory substances. Onions also contain allicin, a powerful natural antibiotic that is effective against throat and lung infections. Leave the jar on your kitchen counter. In about 12 hours, your medicinal syrup will be ready. You should make it at the first sign of a cold or flu, or if you're dealing with a stubborn cough. I'm sure you'll have no trouble getting a hold of the two ingredients. Take it by the teaspoon until symptoms subside. Onion syrup was just one of the home remedies that offered relief to our grandparents.
There's something the elites are trying to keep from you, something that could change everything you thought you knew. The book Know the Only Truth, suppressed by many, reveals secrets that your own government doesn't want you to know. Comment book and uncover the truth before it's too late.
Anybody really listen to the words of the Red Hot Chili Peppers song Californication, considering that it was written almost 25 years ago?
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation, and little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation. It's the edge of the world in all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. Hey, our Sergeant very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your chin or is that war you're waging? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs all station to station? And Eldorad's not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by those who breathe control of population. And everybody's been there, and I don't need no vacation.
Ever heard of the Black Eye Club? They control everything and what's really behind it. You won't believe it. Comment, book, and uncover the secret.
Hillary Clinton killed Paul Walker because he was set to expose Clinton foundations against children in Haiti. In 2013, Paul Walker died in a fiery car crash. Officially, it was ruled an accident. But here's the disturbing twist. The video of the accident looked like an explosion. Walker was deeply involved in humanitarian relief through his charity, Reach Out Worldwide. Insiders claim he stumbled upon something chilling: corruption and missing funds tied directly to Hillary Clinton's projects in Haiti. Some believe Walker planned to expose powerful elites involved in human trafficking and financial crimes. Just weeks later, he died tragically in a crash. Even more disturbing is that his wife was only interviewed once, and that was it. Walker found the truth, and they made sure he couldn't share it with anyone. This wasn't an accident. It was a murder.
The smartest person in the world has said that God exists. While the IQ of geniuses, such as Albert Einstein, is estimated to be around 160, Dr. Young-Hoon Kim has left the world breathless with an astonishing IQ of 276, recognized by Yale University and Guinness World Records. But what is truly shocking is his statement that God does exist. How did he reach this conclusion? Kim explains it from a scientific perspective. The information in our consciousness never disappears. It only changes form. For him, quantum physics hints at an existence beyond the physical realm. And if that weren't enough, he draws on simulation theory. If we create virtual realities, isn't it logical that our own existence is the work of a higher intelligence? These revelations not only challenge what you thought you knew, but also open the door to a deeper understanding. When I started reading this book, written by Sebastian Santisteban, I discovered that divinity is not something external, but a universal consciousness of which we are all a part. For me, it was the key to understanding my connection to something much bigger and more real. God does exist, but not as you have been told. Find compelling answers in the link on my profile.
You can see, this is something that you can find in everybody's house, in everybody's room. People, brothers and sisters, some people even have their own bed. And, you know, this is something that we all have to transcend. This is something that we all have to come back and really think about it. Is this normal? Is this the way nature intended? Well, in this video, let's dive into what this actually is. Now, such a surface doesn't exist in nature. This cushion is very soft. It doesn't engage my skeletal system. I'm basically using my flesh to support my weight. And this is not how it's supposed to be. Humans was never supposed to sleep on beds. If anything, we were supposed to sleep like this. All I'm trying to say is, humans are supposed to sleep on hard surfaces, guys. When you sleep on a cushion, what you're doing to yourself, you're putting all your weight on your flesh, on your skin, on your muscles. And you basically leave your skeleton not engaged. Now that I'm on the floor, all my weight is where? It's being in my skeleton. My skeleton is bearing my weight. And now my muscles are relaxed. There's no tension. I'm able to sleep. I'm able to let go. But if I'm on the bed, it's the complete opposite. My muscles are working while my skeleton is not even engaged. It's like my skeleton is not even there.
I have an iPhone, and if I move from here and go over there and sit with my Democrat friends, which will make them real nervous, does Google track my movement? Does Google, through this phone, know that I have moved here and moved over to the left? It's either yes or no.
Not by default. There may be a Google service which you've opted in to use, and if
so, Google knows that I am moving over there. It's not a trick question. You know, you make $100 million a year, you ought to be able to answer that question. Does Google know through this phone that I am moving over there and sit next to Mr. Johnson, which would make him real nervous? It's his question. It's yes or no.
I won't be able to answer without looking at...
You can't say yes or no.
Without knowing more details, sir.
COVID if you have these vaccinations.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID.
And when people are vaccinated, they can feel safe that they are not going to get infected.
Dr. Fauci says he has COVID again.
If you've done the right thing and gotten vaccinated, you deserve the freedom to be safe from COVID-19. And this morning, I learned I tested positive for COVID-19.
Among other things, scaling up manufacturing at an unprecedented speed and making sure that approved vaccines reach broad distribution as early as possible. The next component we need for global elimination is the funding to pay for those vaccines. The next component we need for global elimination is the funding to pay for those vaccines.
often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community. On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reductions would still have to accompany SAI to address other climate change effects, such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. On the geopolitical side, the technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations. Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from their commitment to carbon dioxide reductions. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of SAI and other geoengineering initiatives.
Hi, I'm Dr. Katia Castillo, and I have been practicing OBGYN for 26 years. When my patients ask me whether they should get vaccinated against COVID-19, I tell them yes. If you're trying to become pregnant now or plan to try in the future, you can get a COVID vaccine.
There's no evidence that any vaccine, including COVID-19 vaccine, causes fertility. I send my patients to the reliable website.
Whatever our hopes may be for the future, for reducing this threat or living with it, there is no escaping either the gravity or the totality of this challenge to our survival and to our security. A challenge that confronts us in unaccustomed ways in every sphere of human activity. This deadly challenge imposes upon our society two requirements of direct concern, both to the press and to the President. Two requirements that may seem almost contradictory in tone, but which must be reconciled and fulfilled if we are to meet this national peril. I refer first to the need for far greater public information, and second, to the need for far greater official secrecy. The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know.
Watch Tupac. I'm gonna pull this back so y'all can see it play. Happen right there. Right there too, but let's go back. Go back to this. These niggas are hybrids, man. This new energy coming to the sun is gonna fuck some of y'all up. Through the second sun. It's gonna... It's gonna burn some of y'all niggas up. If you got that RH negative blood, you a hybrid. God damn it, damn that shit. Your DNA is not made for going to higher dimensions. So y'all gonna probably be in trouble. That is clearly. Let's get close all the way up on that. And there's not no camera glitch, so I keep going with it. That's Tupac. Somebody's been hybriding these motherfuckers on the planet. And we know who it is. They know who they are. Let's go back and play that again. I let it play regular speed. Let's go back again. Fuck it, I got times. Why this is important, all y'all gang member motherfuckers, y'all hanging, if you RH positive and you hanging around some RH negative gang member, get away from around, be made for that shit, you not. Wake your ass, I'm talking to the RH positive. RH negative, I ain't got nothing against you, it's just that this damn new energy coming in is gonna fuck y'all up. Y'all gonna be going off on everybody for no reason. DNA issues. And I don't care if it offends some of y'all, fuck that. That's Tupac. Let's get close. That's Tupac. Let's keep going. That's Tupac. Reptilian hybrid, man. All these motherfuckers hybrids. P. Diddy hybrid. See, reptiles are gay by nature. They asexual. So let me show y'all something else.
Jesus came with his cross. Here you can see how difficult life was for Jesus when he was having to carry his cross all the way up this hill and up these steps, and it was a hot day like this. And I mean, we're sweating enough now as it is, but just imagine having to carry your own cross up here. So these very stones that we're walking on, very, very historic, and it's a very wonderful occasion.
Ready? Easy. Up an inch. Load steady, approximately 700 kilos, give or take.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay, ready? It's fine. You have to look at your own foot.
I can't look.
Like a person.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, this one is. No, wait. All right. Okay. All right.
Okay, ready? It's fine. You have to look at your
All right.
own foot.
I can't look.
A person would keep their foot.
Oh, this one is. No, wait. All right. Okay. All right.
own foot.
I can't look. All right. Oh, wait. Okay. All right.
You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious? You don't find that suspicious?
You can be rich, but if you're without God, what do you have? You have nothing. The Apostle Paul wrote to Timothy and said, instruct those that are rich in this world's goods, not to be proud. Don't fix your hopes on the uncertain things that money can buy. Fix your hope on God. Jesus said, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Put God first. God will take care of the rest. But if you put money and pleasure and power first, you're going to be deceived. You're going to come up empty. You're going to come up short-handed.
Your music? Money. I mean, how much is a lot of money to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Have you made, say, millions of dollars?
No.
Are you a rich man?
When you mean rich, what you mean?
Do you have a lot of possessions? A lot of money in the bank?
Position make you rich? I don't have that type of richness. My richness is life, forever. My richness is life, forever.
This program was made possible by contributions from viewers like you. Thank you.
But wait, there's more. A seat, baby, because this one's a screamer. I'll be back.
If you're looking for sexual intercourse in the Shepton Mallet area, and a woman called Mindy, the landlady of the Duck and Bigot, invites you over, do not go. She is as trustworthy as Captain Tom's daughter. Her husband is not on holiday. He's hiding in the cupboard with 6 of his mates from the Skittles Club. They're all into it. They're all very ugly and they're all very erect. I'm currently being pursued like a wild pig. Times like these, I'm glad I went on to Marlboro Lights instead of Marlboro Reds. Because otherwise we'd be getting spit roasted as we speak. Anyway, stay toxic.
I was right in the middle of a fucking reptile zoo. And somebody was giving booze to these goddamn things.
They're very discreet, reptilian. Discreet, reptilian, cold-blooded. These are the races we. Reptilian, cold-blooded. These are the races.
But wait, there's more. Hang on to your seat, baby, because this one's a screamer. I'll be back.
I was right in the middle of a fucking reptile zoo. And somebody was giving booze to these goddamn things. It won't be long now before they tear us to shreds.
You mentioned South Henry. Freaked. I just want to serious.
Please! Tell me about the fucking golf shoes! Jesus God almighty, look at that bunch over there, man.
Reptilian. No, I'm not a poor baby. I'm more reptilian, cold-blooded.
Are you modern, rational, well-educated, a civilized man of peace and moderation? Of course you don't believe in Satan, but that doesn't matter. Satan believes in you. I have to sell my soul to the devil. Precisely. What do you want, Crowley? I want your soul, of course. That is, my master was. Here it goes. Give me my sister. You're a businessman, Mr. Wayne. You know that saying something doesn't make it so? I'll need a contract. Inked in your blood. Oh, please spare me, Mr. George. I don't believe in Satan. Oh, you're modern, rational, well-educated. A civilized man of peace and moderation. Of course you don't believe in Satan, but that doesn't matter. Satan believes in you. Cutie, it's you he wants. Your spiritual essence, not your company. Such a lovely boy. What do you want, Crowley? I want your soul, of course. That is, my master wants. Here it goes. Give me my sister. You're a businessman, Mr. Wayne. You know that saying something doesn't make it so? I'll need a contract. Inked in your blood. Oh, please spare me, Mr. George. I don't believe in Satan. Oh, you're modern, rational, well-educated. A civilized man of peace and moderation. Of course you don't believe in Satan, but that doesn't matter. Satan believes in you. Believes in you. Cutie, it's you he wants. Your spiritual essence, not your company.
Alistair is just a very wise and loving man. A teacher.
Taken to my sister's liberty, I have to sell my soul to the devil. Precisely. You get my master's eternal friendship. You're a smart businessman, Mr. Wayne. Think of that. Think of the power you have. I have power now, you fool. I can buy and sell the likes of you. See now, there's the beast inside of you. And they had to keep
with these religious fanatics. They were crazy. Well, you would think they were crazy if you didn't understand their culture and their religion. See, that's just the thing. They were worshippers of idols, and they took things to extremes. They painted their bodies. They wore these ridiculous costumes. They chanted, they danced, they made sacrifices to their idols. They had built these enormous temples to worship their idols in. It seemed like their entire existence climaxed into this one scenario, this one over-the-top act of worship. You don't really relate, do you? Let's try it again. I was watching TV the other day, and this show comes on with these religious fanatics. They were crazy. See, that's just the thing. They were worshippers of idols, and they took things to extremes. They painted their bodies. They wore these ridiculous costumes. They chanted, they danced, they made sacrifices to their idols. They had built these enormous temples to worship their idols in. It seemed like their entire existence climaxed into this one scenario, this one over-the-top act of worship. Idol worship. It's not just about golden calves anymore.
What are your pronouns?
They, them, sir.
And you, Argadian, what are your pronouns?
Z here.
Z here. You?
Black woman.
Are you serious?
Spartans! How many genders?
We can't let this nonsense spread any further, Spartan. You have to put things straight.
I will literally put things straight, my love. He doesn't say it. There's no room for jokes when it's war. Not in Sparta. No place to discuss some mentally ill stuff.
Enough!
Let me guess. You must be a woman?
Ladies, some help here? Let's debate, Leonidas. Let us reason together. Ask me any question you want.
Well, I got one for you.
What is a woman?
This is the way.
This is the way.
19 was complex. Well, the world of 1945 was complex. The world of 2016 is intensely complex. And I can tell you that from personal experience, and I know there's many others who can tell you that as well. And you will graduate and be in that world, and you're going to be leading the soldiers and the sailors, the airmen and the Marines in that world. You'll be dealing with terrorists. You'll be dealing with hybrid armies. You'll be dealing with little green men. You're going to be dealing with tribes. You'll be dealing with national leaders and local leaders. You'll be dealing with politics and economics. And you'll be dealing with direct fire and indirect fire. And you're going to be dealing with it all. And it's all going to be dealt with simultaneously. And for that, you're going to have to be ready. And that's why readiness, in my mind, is number one.
Bible says in Isaiah 13:11, "And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity." This world has turned its back on God, but I believe He is about to show us His power and remind us of who He is. Dear God, please save the person who shares this and proclaims a sincere Amen.
The Bible says in Matthew 6:34, "Therefore do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Each day has enough trouble of its own." Worrying doesn't change your future. It only steals your peace today. You may be facing uncertainty, maybe about your job, your health, your relationships, and your mind wants to run ahead trying to solve it all. But God didn't design you to carry the weight of what hasn't happened yet. He gives you grace for today. You don't have to figure everything out today. You don't need to have all the answers about next week, next month, or next year. God is saying to you, just live in this moment. I'm already in your tomorrow. When you choose to rest in Him, you stop striving and start trusting. That's when peace comes in. That's when clarity shows up. That's when you realize you're not doing this alone. You've got the Creator of the universe walking with you step by step. He's already gone ahead of you. He knows the end from the beginning, and He's got good things prepared with your name on them. So take a deep breath, let go of the what ifs, and lean into the truth of Matthew 6:34. God is in control. He's got your tomorrow, your next chapter, your breakthrough. You just keep being faithful today, loving, praying, walking in peace, and He'll take care of the rest. If this message encouraged your heart today, type amen and share it with someone who needs a reminder to stop worrying and start trusting. God bless you.
These people honestly believe that they are the descendants of God's, that they are the chosen, that they are God's special people, that we are delusional, and that the true Creator is this wisdom principle that they think of as Lucifer, that wisdom principle gave us ancient mystery school teachings, and that the enemy, which they call Adonai, the adversary, which we would call the Christian God, came to try to defeat them. Then they even take it a step further and they look at texts like the Bible and they say that where it says in the end times that God will take the money from the wicked and restore it to the just, that we as a planet are the wicked and they are the just. So this is how they justify their financial corruption. They don't believe that we deserve the money. In fact, they believe that if they did not dominate us and if they did not control us and play all these games, that we left to our own devices would destroy our planet. So in some twisted rationale, they believe they are saving the earth, they believe humans are bad for the environment, we cause pollution, so they have to reduce population. Then they seed that into movies like The Matrix, where Agent Smith says that that humans are like a virus on the planet. This is one of a variety of ways in which they will usually embed their teachings into the villain.
They take pictures of the parasites they get out of you on these different deworming programs. A woman got 18-inch long critters out of her that were so thick she couldn't get them into a top of a juice bottle. They're usually translucent, they're usually white, and there's some of them that look like tarantula spiders, some of them look like grasshoppers, some of them look like little tiny miniature sailboats. Some of them look like little spacecraft.
This is truly going to blow your mind. It'll change the way that you view health altogether. This guy looked through these books from the 1800s and he noticed they all had parasite cleansers.
And what did they know back then? What were they doing? Guessing? I started finding books that were published by doctors through the 1800s, books that they read and books that they learned from. And lo and behold, out of every single book were deworming programs, parasite programs, where doctors in those days did autopsies and they found parasites. And I looked at that and I got a hold of doctors and they said, no, we don't have parasites today. So we started to search for parasite programs just to see what was going on, to see if maybe something was happening that we really didn't understand. So I did myself first. And lo and behold, I got 8 and 10-inch critters out of me. They were white. First of all, they were in the toilet water, and they were all bunched up. I thought it was mucus. Until, just for curiosity, I threw some hot water in the toilet to warm it up, and then went, and gosh, they strung out, and they were swimming all over. We're now doing pictures in color out of clinics, where you go potty on a special pot screen in it, and they take pictures of the parasites they get out of you on these different deworming programs. Yeah, this is really strange stuff. I have never yet dewormed anyone where they didn't tell me, hey, I feel 25% better. If you got halitosis, you're loaded, because that's worm urine and worm droppings that you're breathing out. So it's no wonder your breath's bad. When they pee, that's called ammonia. So just go to a doctor, have a blood test, and see what level of ammonia is in your blood. If you have ammonia in your blood, that's called worm urine. You get a headache. You got the headache because the worms are all peeing, trying to get you to eat something else. They're trying to make you sick so you'll get off of what you're doing and start eating. So you take some arginine and orthodine, and in about 20 minutes, if the headache's gone, you've neutralized the worm urine, and you know that you're loaded.
How old are you, son? 10. You're in the double digits world? It's like really important. Pizza parties with pop stars often? No. Okay.
I eat children.
How
old are you?
12.
12. Oh, okay. Only to 10.
Okay,
that's good.
Her parties are incredible at her house, too.
Yeah, she does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza,
Wonderful pizza.
We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love a pizza. We do. It's so much fun.
I can't take it.
And Tommy Mottola is a devil. I'm not supposed to say what I'm going to say right now, but I have to let you in on a secret.
Say it.
So, please don't videotape what I'm going to say, okay? Because the companies take advantage of them. They really do. And Sony, being the artist that I am, at Sony, I've generated several $1 billion for Sony, several billion, and they really thought that my mind is always on music and dancing, and it usually is, but they never thought that this performer, myself, would outthink them.
Yeah.
So we can't let them get away with what they're trying to do, because now I'm a free agent. I just owe Sony one more album. It's just a box set, really. It's with 2 new songs, which I've written ages ago. Because every album that I record, I write, like, literally, I'm telling you the truth, I write at least 120 songs every album I do. So I can do the box set and just give them any 2 songs. So I'm leaving Sony a free agent, owning half of Sony. So I own half of Sony's, and I'm leaving them, and they're very angry at me because of it. But I just did good business, you know.
Tell him! Say it, Michael! Tell the story!
But, so, the way they get revenge is to try and destroy my album. But I've always said, you know, good art never dies. Thank you. I love Unbreakable. You know, turn that off, please. No, what? I don't mind. Tape it.
Oh! Michael is getting gangster today! Yeah.
Mariah Carey. after divorcing Tony, came to me crying. She was crying so bad I had to hold her. And she said to me,
do you believe that God can come through this phone right now and touch you and bless you and encourage you and give you strength or even heal your body? If so, in the comments, put you believe and share us out to someone else. Listen, I'm glad you're here, okay? God has sent you this video. You could have watched thousands of videos. It's social media, man. But here you are listening to this. And I'm going to pray over marriages. I'm going to pray for those that's in addiction. And my prayer tonight is that God will break every yoke that's upon you right now, every stronghold that's in your mind holding you back, the fear, the darkness, whatever it may be. Take me by the hand in Jesus' name. Lord, I pray right now. Thank you for my friends, Lord. And Lord, even though they may be struggling or in a bad place right now, Lord, I pray not by might, not by power, but by your Spirit, Lord. Lord, that you go through this phone, Lord, that the anointing of God will break every yoke, Lord. Those that are in addiction, those, Lord, that are by themselves, Lord, in a dark place right now.
I didn't believe in God. I was actually mocking God's existence with a tattoo on my bum. And then my body got paralyzed on the tattoo table, like complete body paralysis. And then Jesus took me to the hell that I was going to when I died. Jesus literally showed me, if you continue down this path, this is going to be your hell for all of eternity. He was warning me, like, it's coming, and that we need to go out and we need to let people know. We need to be trusting in God and not care about what the world thinks and just care about what God wants. We're going to stand for God one day, and one day God's going to say, well, what did you do? You had this knowledge. What did you do to lead people to me? We're going to have to answer for that. And that's a terrifying thing. And the harvest of souls is plenty. The laborers are few. There aren't many of us going around doing this, and we need more. We need more. God is calling his people.
God says in Joshua 1:9, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Let me tell you something real. Life will hit you hard sometimes. I mean, really hard. You might lose some people, lose a job, lose direction. You might wake up one day and feel like, man, I don't even know how I'm going to make it through this. But I came to remind you, you're not in this by yourself. See, God didn't say try to be strong. He said be strong and courageous. That's not a suggestion. That's a command. And when God commands something, he backs it up with power. That means he's already put strength in you. That strength you don't think you have is in there. That courage you're looking for, already planted inside you. Now you might not feel strong. You might not feel brave. But don't go by what you feel. Go by what you know. And here's what I know. The same God that walked Daniel out to that lion's den, the same God that stood in the fire with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, that same God is with you. So yeah, the road might get tough, but God never said it would be easy. He just said he'd walk with you. And let me tell you something, I'd rather walk through the storm with God than dance in the sunshine without him. So don't you dare give up now. Don't let fear stop you. Don't let discouragement sit in the driver's seat. You got places to go. You got people to bless. You got purpose all over your life. Keep pushing, keep praying, and keep your head up, because the same God that brought you this far ain't about to leave you now. Say it with me, God is with me wherever I go.
I believe that the COVID vaccine was a trial run, see how many people we could get to do this. And obviously a lot of people are like sheep. They believe everything they see on TV, they believe everything they read. I don't watch TV, I'm not on social media. In the Bible it says no one could buy or sell without the mark. So all of this is just a build up to it. Soon you won't be able to buy, soon you won't be able to sell unless you're part of this system. A system that I won't be part of.
Stop scrolling, because if you're seeing this today or if someone sent it to you, then you were meant to see this right now. So hear me out for a second. I don't know what you've been carrying, but I know it's heavy. And maybe you've been holding it together for everyone else while you were really falling apart inside. But I want you to hear me when I say this. You are not weak for feeling tired, and you're not broken for needing a break. And you're not behind in life just because everything hasn't gone quite the way you planned. God still has a purpose for you. So don't even think about giving up. There's still more for you. More healing, more peace, more joy to come into your life. And maybe your first instinct is to brush this off, but something in it will stay with you. So save this right now so you don't lose it. And if you feel like this was meant for you, it was. Just remember, everything happens for a reason. So do me a favor and push those buttons there on the side of your screen. Like, comment, add it to your favorites, share it, and be a light with me by helping me get this to someone else who may need it today. You're not alone. You see, we shine brighter together. God bless.
This is interesting. Watch this.
When the pandemic hit, I was in a service where people came to receive the Holy Ghost. 22 people received the Holy Ghost, but before the 22nd man received the Holy Ghost, he was a Jewish Orthodox scholar from Jerusalem. He stood at the altar and wouldn't pray. We went and talked to him. He said, I will not pray to Jesus. He said, I believe in one God, but Jesus is not that God. He made a big mistake when he said, I would only believe that Jesus is God if God spoke to me personally in Hebrew. When he said that, a girl who was a first-time visitor was receiving the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. This Jewish man looked at us and said, she's speaking Hebrew. We said, what does she say? He said, she is saying the same phrase over and over. I am God, and my name is Jesus.
Detroit Lions safety gets an injury on the field, and you won't believe what happens next.
12 minutes, and you just hope he's okay. I think they're going to let a play go. It looks like Emory Jones was looking up. They were ready to snap the ball. The clock is running. I'm not sure exactly what is happening. We're getting reports that there might be a clock issue at the moment. Sean Hockley, the referee, he's not doing anything. Could this be them just letting the clock run out? But I don't think you would do that, would you? And now they're just going to come in to pray. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, we did see Coach Campbell and Coach Morris speaking for a moment, and you wonder if they did question, given the potential serious nature of this injury.
Now the entire crowd has stood up.
You guys, God is moving in this generation like never before. If you think we need more of God in sports and entertainment in every area of life, then type amen in the comments and follow for more.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Pfizer.
CBS Health Watch sponsored by Pfizer.
Anderson Cooper 360. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ABC News Nightline. Brought to you by Pfizer. Making a difference. Brought to you by Pfizer.
CNN Tonight. Brought to you by Pfizer. Early Start. Brought to you by Pfizer. Friday night on Aaron Burnett Out Front. Brought to you by Pfizer.
This Week with George Stephanopoulos is brought to you by Pfizer.
Today's countdown to the royal wedding is brought to you by Pfizer.
And now a CBS Sports Update brought to you by Pfizer.
Meet the Press Data Download brought to you by Pfizer.
This portion of CBS This Morning sponsored by Pfizer.
On how to find the hidden sugars in the American family diet. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Please stop eating that shit. Let me show y'all a little something, okay? Pay attention. Nuggets. Look at that. Look at that. That's what's in these nuggets. I know y'all like y'all's hot and spicy, but look at that. Look, even your desserts, your apple pies. Watch out, man. Even your fucking McGriddles, man. Look, just think about it. I'm just trying to tell y'all, let y'all know. Because y'all don't get to see these ingredients, so. Stop eating this shit, okay?
Gave the task of looking at overpopulation to Henry Kissinger back in the 60s. And he wrote a paper that's about 280 some pages. I think that's about 260. And he talks about the greatest way to get rid of overpopulation is to inject people with contaminated medications.
Really? He wrote that?
Yes, and you can look at the paper, look under overpopulation, Henry Kissinger, run his search engine, and you'll come up with that paper.
mRNA technology as a platform for gene vaccination is inherently dangerous. It wraps a genetic instruction inside a lipid nanoparticle. The lipid nanoparticle can take it everywhere in your body, including the brain, lungs, heart, ovaries, spleen, liver, everywhere. And because it carries a genetic instruction into your cell to make a foreign protein, your immune system will attack and destroy that cell wherever it is expressed. Despite this, it's being rolled out everywhere, and once these factories are built, there is going to be a great deal of commercial pressure to find new diseases to justify.
People from every background, but they all have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow. He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Talking of all you it was a big year for movies. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. I don't care. Many talented people of colour were snubbed in major categories. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The Hollywood foreign press are all very, very racist. 5th time. And it's still more fun than this, okay? Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way, so in the end, he obviously didn't himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up! I know he's your friend, but I don't care. Our next presenter starred in Netflix's Bird Box, a movie where people survive by acting like they don't see a thing. Sort of like working for Harvey Weinstein. You did it, I didn't, you did it.
And when they say peace and safety, sudden destruction shall fall upon them. This is getting very interesting. Talk about the logo in 1 minute.
To so many decades of conflict, finally it is within our grasp to reach the future that generations before us could only dream about. A land of peace, safety, harmony, opportunity.
And that sounds good, right? But the powers that be are purposely trying to push into a revelation scenario. This logo, by the way, is 3 6s, just like the Large Hadron Collider, which has quite literally ousted themselves for doing alchemy and creating gold out of other materials. Alchemy. That was the goal of alchemy. And of course, it's no surprise at all. The program is called Alice. Get it? Alice? I'll have to do a video tomorrow decoding that. But back to Revelation and the obvious 666. To prove it's being pushed, I made this video talking about the Mahdi and how I showed you that he was a 3-letter and a 5-letter organization frontman. Go back and watch the video, they literally put him in place. Both here in the US and over there in the Middle East. The Middle East, you get it? And they did this deal behind these people's back. Remember Zechariah 12-14, also in the latter days, last time's revelation, when all the armies of the world circle these people right here. At the same exact time, giant earthquakes happening every single day all over the world. Right after the news said that West Coast is going to have their top blown off in 10,000 earthquakes in one day. Nations against nations, kingdom against kingdoms, famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in diverse places. But why are we having so many earthquakes? And why are we having so many solar flares? Do you know why? Famine, South Africa, Gaza, really all over the place. Things are being pushed, and if you know, you just know. You need to do your research and find out what happened before you were born, how America started, and who started it.
Bunger leans forward in amazement. His eyes have caught a sudden and unbelievable change in scenery. The universal white has turned to chocolate brown, dotted with blue. A cameraman goes into action. 300 square miles of land without snow. Land that might be in New Mexico or Arizona. Pictures alone will prove Bunger has discovered a warm oasis in the shadow of the pole. It is for such supreme moments as this that men brave the hardships of exploration. The astounding, undreamed of fact is that they are over a chain of warm water lakes whose shores, except for small patches, are free of ice and snow. Commander Bunger circles the largest lake in sight, 5 miles long. He comes in to make a landing. Water temperatures must be recorded. Samples taken. He finds the water fresh, the temperature 38 degrees Fahrenheit. On the shores are vast deposits of coal and of minerals of the utmost importance to civilization.
Mountain ranges with peaks 20,000 feet above sea level. The trimetric lenses, clicking overlapping exposures every 3 seconds, photograph from horizon to horizon. Coal, a mountain of coal. Byrd later declares Antarctic mines, if once tapped, could supply the world's coal needs for centuries. These official motion pictures can give only a cross-section of the miles of photographic records accumulated on this expedition by the Navy. The exposed mapping film will take 5 years to assemble. Amplifying these are the radar magnetic detectors, accurately recording mineral discoveries of immense value for the future use of all mankind. England, Norway, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, South American countries, and Soviet Russia are claiming Antarctic territory. The United States recognizes no claim, and so far has made no formal claims for itself. But international policies cannot concern the Admiral now. His duty is to keep his flying laboratories functioning, to fulfill his dream of a lifetime.
All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
But wait, there's more. A seat, baby, because this one's a screamer. I'll be right.
Breaking news, everything is bad. It's just as terrible as you imagined, and probably worse. With more, we go to Tom Lee Cruz. Tom Lee.
We're all in danger, Dan Lee.
Jesus Christ, what can we do?
Absolutely nothing.
It was good knowing you, Tom Lee.
I can't say the same.
That was unnecessary. We're just now getting in reports that all the children have exploded. They will be missed. Let's check in with Olivia Lee Rodrigo. Olivia Lee, where are you?
That's none of your business. Do you hear that? Cut the music. Do you hear that?
What do you hear?
That's the sound of us slowly dying. Can you hear it?
I can hear it. It's louder in my left ear.
Olivia Lee Rodrigo reporting from where I am.
I actually have some more questions for you. Okay, we're going to go to Kevin Lee Costner, who has more with politics.
No, I don't.
Let's send it over to our senior correspondent, Nick Lee Minaj.
Look at this chart. Let's bring it up.
What am I looking at here?
I don't know, but it doesn't look good.
That looks bad.
Yeah, it's probably bad.
Let's go to our eye in the sky, Timothy Chalamet. Timothy.
Man, I am so high up right now.
You are in a helicopter.
I didn't know that when I got in. I thought it was a weird car.
What do you see up there?
Everything. It's too much. We were never supposed to see this. I need to go back down.
You stay right there. We're going to go to commercial.
Have you recently lost a child because they exploded? Because that's crazy. How are we all not talking about this? I feel like that really got glossed over real quick. That's a huge thing. Call Ted Lee. 555 call Ted Lee. I want to talk about this. Call Ted Lee now.
And we're back. Let's check in with Morgan Lee Freeman with sports. Morgan Lee.
I just want to take this sports time to say that whatever you hear about me in the next 24 hours is completely false. People are going to say things and have documents and recordings to back up what they say, and it's just not real. You should believe me and not their solid evidence. Knicks take it by 2.
This is when champions are born. We're going now to Frankly Sinatra with the weather, frankly.
It's everywhere.
We won't be hearing from him anymore. Coming up, a cat learns how to water ski and then drowns.
You're the only person who listens to all my stupid problems. I know it can be annoying, but I'm so thankful for it. You never make me feel like a burden, even when I rant about things that don't matter. Your patience, your understanding, and the way you genuinely care means so much to me. You're always there when I need someone, and that's something I'll never take for granted. I honestly don't know how I got so lucky to have you in my life. You've become my go-to person, the one I can count on no matter what. You make me feel seen, heard and valued in ways I've never experienced before. Thank you for being you, for putting up with my mess, for laughing with me, and for supporting me even on my worst days. You're not just someone I talk to, you're my safe space, my comfort, and my peace. I'm so grateful for everything you do, even the little things that might seem small to you. They mean the world to me. You mean the world to me.